Good morning, Discord. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Aiken. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Lebonsky. Good morning, Aqua Wolf. Good morning, Crown. Got Ace. Good morning, good morning. PD, if you're still here. Good morning, guys. How is below? All right, let's look at this real fast. All right, now, Aiken, if you are trying to trade, yeah, and we'll go over this, and Lebonsky, you know why, the same thing, opposite here. We'll talk about this last position that you were looking at, and yes, it was right. Don't get me wrong. So this is the candle we're working on. Okay. Good morning. Okay. Here's 21 pip stop loss. Very nice, Lebonsky. Okay, so Aiken, for this position, all right, and this is the candle we're working on right here. So, drawing this candle. Say that this is how this candle plays. Again, I don't know. We're just saying, let's say this candle plays this way. Now, want your candle to open, now that you've got your close below, and you want to come up, retest this area, right? You've got a green candle, went up, right? And what are you looking for? The flip. So here's the flip right here. So here would be your entry. Just like this. With a stop here above your high of your wick, because your candle's about to flip, and I'd be targeting you know, weekly. Why? Because that's what we're looking for. Up down. TP1 is the recovery of this candle wick, and then you're dragging your stop loss, going into profit. You'll see a reaction here. Bang. Saying display. I mean, no, there's no saying this how it's going to play. I'm just telling you that would be the setup that you're looking for. So until we get the close below bottom wick with the top wick, I'm not interested in trading the flip. But that's where your top wick comes in at. Top wick is a green candle going up. Flip is now a top wick. You enter on the flip to move down. Makes sense, I hope. So, and Lebonsky, back onto where your position was, which again, I'm not saying that it is wrong. It was a good position. It played out, right? Okay, hold on. I'm not seeing what you guys are writing. Give me 1 second. Oh, he's not confused at what we're doing here. What do we got? Nice, yeah. I see. Okay, again. Lebonsky, my problem with this, and that it was a good trade, obviously, now that we're looking at it. But where my issue came in at is we had it was a semi-small top wick. I'm not going to say that it was super small. I would have liked to seen it go to about the 0.5 of the previous wick, or even test the previous day level. But where my problem came in more than that was this was essentially your market structure here from previous, right? And this was your gap, so you could have traded in the gap, but you almost wanted to go TP1 here. It was super close, and there wasn't a big enough top wick, so this candle could have just as well, and I mean, I realize we see how it played now, right? But this candle could have just as well came up and put a higher top wick, and if it would have put a higher top wick and got into this area, I would have been a lot more apt to take that trade back down. It would have been a little tough because your risk would have been much more than your reward. I hated that we were right here at this level. I would have liked it a whole lot more if this thing would have closed like this up and did something like that with no top wick. That I would have loved. And then next candle comes in, opens up, pushes up for a top wick. All right, we'll throw a wick on this candle. Pushes up for a top wick, and then came down and flipped, because now we're at a level, and look at all this room we've got. That would have been ideal, because now you're talking about being able to take advantage of the flip for, you know, 55 ticks. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that I didn't like about the position, I mean, the entry itself was decent. It was just the area that it was in. We were so close to this level right here, first off, but number two, we're just in the middle of nowhere. You see what I'm saying? This top wick that came in was just in the middle of nowhere. That's the only reason I didn't like it, right? And that's me being super conservative, man. Not always should you not take a trade just because I say things like that, because I'm super, super conservative about my entries. So unless it's, you know, grade A perfection, I'm going to give reasons that I don't, you know, that it doesn't look super appealing to me, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the trade won't work out perfectly. There's a lot of guys on here, I'm not going to lie, that just trade these flips. Go to the high time frame, just trade the flips. There's plenty of people on here. Crown, I know he uses my levels, that just trade the levels. So I'm here to give my thoughts, right? And for you to, you know, take it all into consideration. But at the end of the day, if you have something that you like and you see it and it's something that works out for your entry system or your thought process, I'm just helping you along the way. I'm not expecting you by any means to trade like me. We're all individuals. We're all going to have our own way of entering, exiting, our own way of wrapping our head around it. What I'm here for is just to give you my insight and what I'm thinking about and some other things to add to whatever you're doing in order for you to be more successful. At the end of the day, that's all I'm looking for, is for all you guys to succeed, right? So. Let's see what we can find here at 9:30 though, guys. Hopefully something. Hopefully that makes sense though. Like I said, if you see something like that, Lebonsky, and I'm going to give my thoughts regardless if you ask my opinion, but at the same time, by no means does that mean that it's not a decent setup or a decent trade that may work out. And that's why a lot of times I draw up trades without actually even getting involved, is because I'm going to draw them up so you guys can see them and you guys see them play out. And a lot of you guys take advantage and take them, but I don't take the trades because I'm way too conservative for that entry. When I take a trade, me and Ford used to always said I have to wait for the sun and the moon and the stars to all align, and then I get involved. And I mean, it is true. I'm very particular, but that's just me and how I trade, right? My wife, even, she takes a lot of trades that are based essentially on a lot of the things that I say and do, but they're not trades that I would actually enter in. And she enters in them and does just fine. So they're a lot more riskier setups than what I prefer, but she does really good at them, right? That's what helps you. Yeah, exactly, Lebonsky. I'm just saying, just because I say it's not a great area in my opinion doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to work out as a good trade. I don't like it when, I say stuff like that and like this, and then you didn't take the trade, and now the trade worked out, great. I do the same thing to the wifey. I'm not kidding you. Same thing happens. She'll be like, oh, you were just talking about this level and look at this. I like this setup here, right here. What do you think? And I'm like, you know, it's all right, but I wouldn't take it. And then she doesn't get involved, and then it runs for 100 ticks, and she says, I wish I would have got in. So now she just doesn't even tell me. She won't even tell me when she's getting in a trade. Here on the computer, and she takes a trade, and she's like, well, I just took a trade about what you were talking about. I made money. I'm like, you really got involved right there? Yep. Jeez, you're a risk taker. No, she's just listening to what I say, and she's trading off of it. So just keep that in mind when I'm saying different things, because I am very particular about how I take my trades, I'll be honest. So much more conservative than most. Here's the sweep of the lows that we were just talking about. Aqua Wolf, when you asked me earlier, there it took out the lows. So if it wasn't such a big stop loss, I mean, it's huge now because you want to take the break of the highs, spot to trade, but that's what you would have wanted to see first when you were talking about that flip. I would have liked to seen that. Why? Because your longs came in here, right? Longs come in, and again, now the longs came in for the top wick as well. Longs came in, now we came down and we swept the longs. So can we go up now? Yes, but I would have wanted to see that happening before trading that candle up. It's not that I see a long here per se, but if you would have had no top wick on this and you would have swept these lows first to kick the longs out of the position, now I'm a lot more apt to trade long. Why? Because the longs have been taken out. So there's, in my opinion, if the longs aren't in the trades, then it's more likely that price is going to go up, and that goes against what everybody else thinks, but that's how I approach the market. So let's see the longs get stopped. Open wick down. What do you mean, Crown? Are you talking about the current trade? I mean, you could. You've got a bottom wick here, or you got a top wick here that's not next 30-minute candle. Yeah, you've got a top wick here that needs to be put on. You've got a top wick here that could possibly be a recovery wick. I'd love to see this close bullish in the next minute 30. Right? But you still got 20-21 ticks, and this is your level. This was overnight low, right? So if you get a close above, yes. But it's tough because you want a pretty decent wick. The problem is your longs have came in. That's where your wick's at here. This is the same kind of consolidation that we're putting in currently. You move down, consolidation, got a big move up, and then it came back down. You could see the same thing here. We'd like to get here. Gonna get here? I don't know. Normally we go back to weekly open on Friday. We're definitely going to, no, but if there's a setup to get us back there, great opportunity to get involved. But if this closes bullish, of get another wick to come down here and knock this stuff out, then yes, you could possibly do that. We're at a level. Support is holding, right? Longs keep coming in. I'd love to see them again swept and then the push up. Yeah, you would rather go low before putting the wick on that candle. I mean, I don't really care what it does. I just we're at a crucial level. Yeah, we closed above. If it sweeps these lows right here, it's not the worst thing. I'd love to see it sweep these lows though, because on the lower time frame right now, you're putting in a head and shoulders pattern. You see? I'm not a super fan of that. I'd like to see this sweep first. But if this gets swept here, then the flip is not a bad entry. Crown. Up. TP1. Recovery of this wick. Could move up even without sweeping these lows. how risky you want to be. 27 tick stop loss there would be your entry. Not quite. Almost. Right. One more tick. 4 tick max. Oh, well, stop losses above that, sadly. Like 27. So that's going to be the problem. So you're going to have to wait on this one. TP1 would be right here to recover this wick. Essentially this level here. Which could be... Get risky and take this about 20. It's super risky. This, you wanted this to close bullish, close bearish. Not that you can much different about it because it's a doji, but I would have loved to seen that close bullish. Love to see these swept here because here. Yep, it is. And I would prefer power to close below here. Power close below here with a top wick, and that's exactly what we were just talking about in order to run back down to weekly open. That would be my preferred trade here. But a lot has to happen. And of course, we still got, 25 minutes to see all this play. That would be my preferred. Close. This candle gets closed with a bottom wick. Then the top wick comes in, and then you can flip, expecting to tap weekly open. That would be my preferred setup today. But again, that doesn't mean that it happens. they'll probably sweep right here. Yeah, there it was. See, there was longs where we were talking about that. The longs getting knocked out first. You had that inverted head and shoulder, and you know, liquidity stop losses were right here. They were long. Swept through those. Not to get locked in. Unexpected play. Yeah. Yeah, and you don't want to. You're just looking for a setup and an entry. That's it at the end of the day. For me, the setup's exactly what we drew out when we first started the stream. For Aiken. Seeing this close below with a bottom wick. Top wick comes up. We get a flip candle, and we can trade it back down to the wick of presumably this candle, right? EP1, and then if we break that wick, drag our stop, hoping to get to this area. Now we get a close above, back into range. Completely different. I'm not really looking for a trade there, I'll be honest with you. Paul, are you listening in?
What's happening?
No, I was just going to tell you, I don't know if you pay attention to the new people that I put in, but I just put in a new shot caller that's running crypto.
Oh, let me see here. I very rarely do much reality outside of the live streaming. A very, very little bit on the main chat. So we have a new shot caller. Oh, Barrett.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just put him in last night.
Oh,
I don't know how well he does or doesn't, but I figure you could keep an eye on it because I know you like stuff like that. So
yeah, definitely. I will see how do I set this up so I can see it all the time.
should be able to get his. Well, I don't know. Put in a role for him. Holy crap! Just made me reminded me of that. Let me do that real quick. I forgot. That's really bad. Got to put in a role so he could ping it.
Oh, very good. Hold on a second, the thing's beeping on me.
Can't believe I forgot that. Think you aiming for 22K today? Maybe. All right, I can see you in a minute. that up real quick.
All right, I'm back. Where were we at? Some new guy, he said, is going to be calling crypto shots.
Yep. And I just put in a role for him. So now you can add it. I don't know. You know how to do the channels and roles thing up at the top, right?
Not really, no.
Okay. Well, I'll add it. Do you want to be pinged when he drops? If so, I'll add it to you real quick.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I want to see what his calls are like.
All right. You got it now then. So as soon as he sends a alert, it'll ping you as soon as he sent.
Where did you come across this guy?
I've actually known him. I mean, I don't know him, but I've seen him in other places because he's friends with Infinity and Snipes and all them guys too. So I've seen him before, but he built a new bot, and that's basically what he's using, is this bot that he's going to use. So I don't know if it's any good. Obviously, don't just take him. But he claims it's got an 80% win rate. Here's what he told me. And I'll read it to you word for word. He says, I decided to write, hold on. I have a trading bot I program based on Fibonacci retracements, which has a win rate of around 70% to 80%. I'm interested in making it an analyst in your server. So I said, perfect. Let's put it in. We'll try it out, because I'm always for letting all these guys try their stuff. That's the whole thing. That's just the ABCs of me. You know, if they have something that they think that, you know, they like and would like to get out there, I always give them the opportunity to do so. But that's just me. I don't, you know, the only thing that I do tell everybody is I don't pay attention to any of the signals that are dropped, guys. So when any of these wise guys are shot callers, because I've been asked that before, when any of them are dropping signals or giving ideas or whatever, I don't verify any of that, right? So if they do well or they do bad, that's nothing that I pay attention to. You know what I mean? It's not, I don't have time to make sure that their signals play or don't play. So it's kind of trade at your own risk, but I mean, you basically should be doing that anytime you're paying attention to somebody's signal. It should be something that you use more as a influence for what you're doing anyway. You know what I mean? So and I know that's how most people do it. You see something that you see and great, you know. So but I don't know if it's any good or not. He does say 70 to 80%. I don't have any reason to believe that that's not the case. So if he really is running, you know, a crypto bot that's running 70 to 80%, that's not bad for you guys that trade crypto by any means. You know, it gives you influence on what you're trading, or gives you another idea or whatever. Maybe gives you something you're not looking for. So
that's excellent. I will be keeping an eye on that because I'm doing a lot of crypto these days, so I'll happily follow along, see what his trades are. I can tell you now that one that they just did call there was excellent. So yeah, so far he's 100% record so far.
Yeah. Yeah, Crown, I do have a disclaimer. If you go down at the bottom of my live stream, if you go to the description, there's a disclaimer there. And the same thing for when you enter a Discord, there's a disclaimer there as well. And when you go to Rules Explained, I talk funny, I'm from Kansas, guys, sorry. So I'm not good with vowels. It also says in there that the shot callers are, you know, use at your own risk. They do give signals, and the wise guys give TA, and again, follow at your own risk. It's nothing that's verifiable at all by me. It's people who we allowed to come in and show their TA or show their signals, you know, that they believe in are going to work. I do it just as a thing for any of the people that are in the server, you know, to follow along if they please, if they like the people, don't like the people. I know we've had some really good ones in here. I know that Echo was commenting about one of the guys that's really good. I don't remember which one it was, so I don't want to say off the top of my head who it was, but we've got another shot caller in the server that supposedly makes really good call outs as well. It's just not, again, it's nothing I follow, so I can't tell you guys. I've never even looked at any of the signals that any of these guys have dropped because it's just not, you know, not really of any importance to me. For those who do use it, it's absolutely a good thing, and why not, right? Good morning, Initian. How are you today? All right, Paul, see you in a minute. I know a lot of people like signals. That's why I originally put the signals in, you know, the server. And here, if we get a close below, I love the short here. Because a lot of people enjoyed that stuff. Plus, the wise guys, they do TA and stuff like that, and I like that too. It's a good way to share with everybody. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I've been looking at it this morning. I'm wanting to see how well the short plays. My biggest fear here is that we're not going to close below. But we'll see. Yeah, let's see. The only thing that I don't like is this patches. Big fan of it. TradeDay will. Where you ain't got to worry about that, but that's the only thing I'm not a fan of. This consolidation that we had right here. You got to think those 1, 2 hours. A nice place to push through. So that's the only thing I'm not a fan of. For 300 and realized it was paper. Oh, jeez. Well, it happens, Aiken, sadly. Yeah, that's my only consideration. So if anybody is concerned, obviously that's one concern there. If we don't get a close below, it doesn't much matter. All that area here, you know, you're looking at the same thing here. So see how it was ugly consolidation that was building up. You have a nice wedge there. Thing kind of here. That's the disadvantage of this area, but see how she does. This is a 4-hour close as well, guys. We definitely want to wait on wick. Right. Tapped exactly the spot right here. That's our exact wick there. It has a very small bottom wick, so you expect more of a bottom wick to be put on for this candle. Be nice if we get a spot. Oh, here. But I mean, it has to happen right now, sadly. If we have an opportunity at a oh, this is going to be so close. It's below, but definitely need a top wick. For any of you that took it off the jump, which I know a lot of you do, make sure you start securing profit. Even dragging your stop if you down and catch the 0.5 of this wick and then down bottom of it, because it's super, but I know a lot of you jumped in as soon as it. Get a push here. One more tap of the low. Be about your 0.5 there. It's holding just for a second down here. In it, would definitely consider at least if you're waiting for the 38 for your, by all means, go ahead. Manage it aggressively with that very small top. You do what you prefer. I know a lot of you do jump in as soon as we get these closures below like this. $22 is where you should be currently. Did take TP1 at that 0.5 at around 2022. $100 per mini. I do believe we'll get a test here. There's was about 38, I believe, guys. Nine, 38, 39. Almost 40, but a wee bit shy. No entry, yeah, I mean, not for me, Aqua Wolf, no. A lot of people just trade off the levels, so that closure below was enough for them. A lot of people that follow along I've found. I hope they're managing it pretty aggressively if they did get involved, because this top wick is very small. I expect it to come break highs and make a move back up, so... Have to, no, but I believe it will to make it their top wick. Hopefully they already secured and honestly are out by now. Could have got as much as $30-ish ticks, but I would definitely not be anymore, because once it comes up here and breaks this high, it should come back up and test this level. Obviously there's no guarantees on that. There's stops up here, which again is fine. Nothing wrong with it. You expect it to your top wick on this can. do have to be honest here, though, guys. It seems to me like our movement happens before NYSE Open as of late. I mean, maybe it's just going to be this December price action, but it does seem like we keep getting better price action prior to NYSE. Yep. Notice 1 hour before NY Open. Yeah, exactly, Ace. It doesn't. It's crazy. Like, that's not normal, but it is what it is. I mean, 820 is COMEX Open. So a lot of times you get movement there. And then, you know, a lot of times we have news at 8:30, which, you know, adds to movement of some kind. An 1800 open, yeah. Or we'll move 1 hour after NYSE, yeah. Yeah, which would be here in 20 minutes, yeah. But it's just you know, you expect that you're going to get a little bit of movement at 8:20. You expect at 8:30 with news you're going to get a little bit of movement, but it seems like the whole month here of December thus far, most of our movement has been before NYSE. And you normally get your movement still yet, even if you get some movement at 8:20, even if there is a bit of news at 8:30, you still end up with some decent movement, you know, at 9:30. And we haven't seen a bunch of that here in December. It seems like the moves happen, like you say, exactly before or, you know, after the open, which is unusual, but your fourth day is shorting the Russell again. Very nice. Good job, man. YM and RTY either pump or dump at the open. Huh, interesting. I've never traded any of them on the open. Like, I used to trade YM, but I never traded on the open. Traded out RTY, the wifey does. I used to trade ES, but never, I think. I'd have traded some ES at the open, but I never traded NQ at the open. Hey, G-Flock, hey. I feel like a gambler at the open. Lose control of myself. Yeah, it's crazy at the open. That's the issue that I have with it. I've always traded, for the most part, I guess I can't say always, but ever since finding gold, right? I've always traded gold from, you know, the time that I wake up until 11 a.m. And then I used to trade NQ and things like that after 11 a.m. And then I got to where I was just trading them between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. And now I don't really trade them a lot at all. I mean, maybe I'll dabble back into them more next year, but I really wasn't going to mess with them here year end, right? So slow down for December and everything until everything gets back up and running again. Open switch tables. No. I think I'll do that? No. Never. I'll never not trade gold between, you know. I do TA on gold. I can't say when I actually start trading it. That's a tough thing as to when I start trading it. But yeah, I basically want all my TA to be done by 8:20 for COMEX Open. I normally don't trade before 8:20. But from 8:20 to 11 a.m. every day is always going to be dedicated to gold, honestly. The trend line tool on TradingView. I'm sorry, G-Flocky. Yeah, I said something. I said with the trend line tool on TradingView. I know, but you asked me how I marked out the lines. I use the trend line tool. That's how I mark these lines out. Isn't that what you asked? You said, how do you mark out these lines based on pure price action? And I said I use the trend line tool on TradingView. Answering with a joke, yes. Answering with a joke. You're not very comical today, though it doesn't seem, so maybe I shouldn't have answered with a joke. Open mentorship, yes. These are market structure. Okay, you know that. So look, you already know these things though. It's funny that you asked me this. Look. And there's how I used to mark them out. I used to mark all these out as range completely across, but it was messy. Right. So I mark them out every morning, G-Flock, if you were here. I get up in the morning. I mark these ranges out. If you were here, you'd see them every morning marked out. I put them on my chart. I replace them every morning for TA. You can see plainly your ranges and levels. All it is. Why do we do it? Because that's where traders trade, right? So that's the purpose behind it all. Much wider than the line. Yeah, but well, I do represent a box with a line. All I was trying to show you was what the box, where the range actually is. This line is here. You can see perfectly where this line is. I could put a line on the chart. Will that make you better? I mean, I don't think so, but on here, that makes it more easy for you. I used to do them all in boxes. You know that. Wifey's and so she uses, so it's purple. All right. Well, I put a line on there. I mean, you're looking at everything as an area. That's why I said, you know, this close was kind of, but it was a close below. It's fine. A lot of people took this trade. That's all I was saying. You understand now, Chief Lock A, or no? I mean, all it is ranges. We mark them up every day. Okay. All it is range. It's where traders are going to trade. That's it. We're looking for where traders are going to trade. Why? Because then we can see if their positions succeed or fail. So we just mark them up on the chart for a focal point, mostly for you guys, right? I mean, you guys can see exactly where it is that I'm expecting price action to occur. You know, you're expecting candles to build in these areas and how they're going to react. That's the whole point for them. Chief Lock A, you just asked a question that was too easy. You don't have time to laugh. Okay. Yesterday I was 0.8% from getting funded and I took 2 losses and now I need 3.2%. That kind of sucks, Aqua. Yeah, of course you'll make it back. Well, G Flock, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you need to lighten up a bit. You could take like a sense of humor class or something. That. Not joking is actually profitable. Okay. Everything's really profitable, depending on how you do it. Yep. If you were a comedian, G Flock A, then jokes would be profitable, right? Makes like a knot loosen up. Won't put horizontal. The reason I stopped putting horizontal lines, G Flock A, is because my chart was full of lines everywhere. Trying to make it to where it wasn't so messy. That's really the reasoning. So, yeah. That was it. I mean, essentially the same thing. We don't really care, right, how far these lines go first off, and I just move these trend lines as I move around. They're stuck here in different areas. I'll just kind of move them at will when we start a new day. So I'll kind of take the ones that are closest and pull them back down. It's just to keep the chart cleaner. You remember when I used to use the range, so I used to use them boxes all the way across too. Did it work? Yeah. Was it visually pleasing for those trying to pay attention about, you know, trading it? Yeah. But it was very busy too. So I've tried to just, you know, do some things to eliminate some of the clutter so people don't get confused as well. Yep. I used to do buys above, close below levels too. Chief Lock, you remember that? There's that push right down through there. So anybody who still did have that position was the push of the stop losses getting hit. You just saw it. Dragging my stop now and chasing price. Right. Hey, Lebonsky, did you get that? I hope. Hopefully you're in that, right? I believe you are. €12 stop loss. $100 TP2. Very nice, very nice. Are you looking? You're looking for a weekly open, right? Beautiful. Very nice, very nice. Stop loss and profit now. Very nice. Good job, man. Very good, very good, very good. And let's see. Yeah, it should push. The only thing that is going to be a little bit of an issue here is the opening of the next 30, but it is what it is. Hopefully it pushes more and gets you into profit a lot more, and you're dragging with it before it comes back up, because you still have no top wick on that hour, which is a bit concerning, but hopefully it just pushes down first. And again, you don't have to put a top wick in right now either. I mean, there's a wickless candle here, so it can definitely go down without it. It's just one of those things that stick in the back of your mind as you're trying to manage the trade, right? Hopefully it just pushes the weekly open for you and doesn't even try to mess with it, honestly. That's what we're hoping for. Yeah, see, Paul's got it. Look at that. He keeps all them levels. I don't know how he keeps track of all that, but absolutely beautiful. Very nice, very nice.
Those previous levels always come into play. That's the reason that I keep them. If I was to just simply pull the range from, I would say, last Tuesday, we're just about to hit that range now. So all of these ranges are relevant. That's why I try and keep as much of it as possible.
Very beautiful. Come on, gold. Push down a bunch more. Give Blusky a big payday. Let's go. Want that weekly open tapped.
I didn't actually think we would make it down to weekly open today, but it's looking good so far.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny, we were talking about this, what, was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. Oh, but I know we were talking about it because we were talking about we finally accepted back into those VWAP bands, and weekly open made sense from there. I think it might have been yesterday, and hopefully we see it. I mean, Lebonsky's in this. He took the trade short, so hopefully it comes down there and hits it. I think he said 100 for TP2, which is nice. So let's go.
Beautiful. What price did he get on it?
I'm not 100% sure because I believe he trades on the spot side, so it's not going to be exactly the same price as what we got.
Yeah. What is the advantage of spot trading reality over futures?
There isn't. It's just spot is just the forex side. So if you work with a forex broker, that's the only thing you're offered is spot.
Never been near a forex broker in my life, so it's all a bit above my head.
Yeah, I mean, if you go with forex, like you go with one of the forex companies out there, what happens is they offer you a spot price. So like when we go through, do you see it when that comes up? No, you can't. Yeah, you can see it. Okay, so if you go to XAU, there is all of your spot companies, right? So when you go in there, so this is a forex company, FX Open, Oanda, all these are forex companies, and like crypto, all these companies are going to have different prices. So if you go to like Oanda and you open that, or you go to FX Open, you're going to get different prices on your XAU USD 8 cap. It's going to give you different prices. That's my problem with forex, but that's how you trade gold on the forex side, to where this is COMEX. So all futures companies use this COMEX gold futures price. You know what I mean? That's just what they use. So across the board, they all have got the same data. It has the exact same price. That's the difference in forex and futures. To me, I prefer this side of it. Plus, futures is regulated, So to me, it makes a lot more sense. But spot is just the asset that you're offered when you work the forex side. So if you go to any of the forex companies, it's going to be XAU, USD rather than GC. That's just what you trade over there. So, and there's a lot of people here in the server that trade on the forex side. So for those people, they can still trade gold. Their prices are just a little different than what ours are. The candles normally print similar. I do got to tell you, a lot of these guys have been saying that they haven't been so similar over the last week or so. It's a little different. Yeah, Lebonsky's just saying that. Not too much though. Yeah. What did I get a question here? Looking for a possible new entry like retrace half can. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Would clearing out the shorts before they run lower make sense? It could. I'm not sure there's enough volume to do a whole lot of that, Crown. XAU USD. Yeah, Aqua Wolf. They're more or less the same. Yeah, they are. Futures charts is the correct one, right? Yes. I mean, what are you asking, Ace? It's the correct one for what I trade. I mean, if you're trading on, I think it's the correct job. To me, there's a lot more players. All your big players they don't trade forex. They trade futures. Most of the big guys out there, only the price is different. Like I was saying, yesterday, I think me and Paul were talking about, like, Steve Morrow, he trades futures, but a lot of the big players do, because you get, a lot of liquidity for your money, if that makes sense. I trade futures, but I don't want 84 barrels of oil on my hand. They don't bring you no oil. That's so funny. No, they don't bring you none of that. But I mean, the big players, the major players that run, they do a lot more futures. I mean, for good reason. I don't know what I'm asking anymore. I don't know either, eh? They prefer the future side, and for good reason. It's all the same across the board. You don't get spreads either, in whatever price your broker decides that they want to give you today. That's one of my big problems with. I just came unplugged, came back on. That's one of my big problems with up differently. Maybe I shouldn't have did it that way. That's one of my big problems with Forex. It's the same as crypto,
What is the advantage to doing it that way rather than doing it the way that we do it? Has to be a reason.
What do you mean? The advantage of?
Well, see, way now that the way the spreads and all the stuff that you explain, that's all different for each company. Whereas the way we do it, everything is standardized. So why would people be doing things on Forex whenever the spreads and everything operates so differently, and the fact that it's unregulated?
There's a bunch of differences. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons that people do it. Number one, in order to trade futures, you have to have a bunch of money. You can't trade futures with, you can't go open a $100 futures account and start trading futures. You can go to Forex and put $100 into an account and trade Forex just like crypto. That's the huge advantage. Most people don't have the money. Yeah, most people don't have the money to trade futures. That's the problem.
I get it now.
So, and again, I'm not trying to talk up or down, whatever, but my opinion is, yeah, exactly, Lebonsky, and that's why I trade. I don't think you can trade even micros with $100. No, you can't, Ace. That's the thing. You can't, and that's the whole thing. So when you talk about trading your own account, right, you're going to have money in to trade futures. So, but that's the whole beauty in the futures, funding companies, is now you don't have to worry about all that, because you can get a funded account instead and not need, $20,000, $30,000 in your futures trading account in order to continue on with the position. So that's where the difference comes in, Paul. Like crypto, you can go to the Forex side and trade, small lots that essentially are super small positions that you don't have to have anything in.
Yeah, I get it now. I actually finally understand it now.
Yep. And that's the biggest problem with them, like I said, is like crypto. And I'm not going against crypto, guys. I know a lot of people always say, well, you're just hating on crypto and Forex, and I'm really hating on neither one of them. I'm just trying to explain to you guys what you're setting up for as you get involved in these things, because there is a lot of risk. When you go to Forex and you're getting spread in, there is a lot of risk in that. When they're, having different prices in crypto to where you're getting liquidated for other companies' prices, there is a lot of risk in that. And here in the US, when they're just, denying access to crypto exchanges and things of this nature, there's a huge amount of risk. And does that mean that you shouldn't trade crypto or you shouldn't trade Forex? Absolutely not. Just be careful, right? Because it's a more risky endeavor. the reason that I traded to futures was exactly that. The reason I came to futures is because I didn't want the risk anymore. I'm a full-time trader supporting a family of 4. I've said this a million times, and to know that all your money sitting in, a crypto exchange that you've made, and tomorrow you may wake up and that crypto exchange be shut down, that just didn't work for me. If you're just trading for fun, or if you're just trading on the side, or if this is just some extra money or whatever, then who cares? No big deal, right? But if you're actually trading and you're, expecting that money all the time, there's a big difference. And futures is much more secure, right? And even more so using funded companies and not having your capital at risk is even more secure, in my opinion. Of course, you can do the same thing with Forex. You can go with a Forex funding, prop firm too. The difference there, unfortunately, is a lot of them have went under just the same, to where you don't see that with the futures companies very often. We just saw Fast Track. I get it. But for that, you'd never seen any that have any issues. Why? Because it's much more regulated. And there's actually companies out there that claim that they're doing things to get themselves ready for the new regulations that are going to be put in place. And I don't know if these are really going to happen or not going to happen, but there's some funding companies out there that are actually basically switching their models to what regulations they are assuming are going to be in place for the futures funding companies, which will probably completely put Forex funding companies, if you will, or whatever you want to call them, straight out of business here in the U.S. It'll be everywhere else, maybe not, but here in the U.S., probably so, right? I don't think 8 caps even allowed in the U.S. anymore, because they really crack down on all this stuff that they find to be, risky or scammy. That's the difference, Paul. I mean, in that aspect of it, right? Yeah, you can say they got 8 capped. Yes, they did, Aiken. They got 8 capped. It's because it was all... there was a lot of scammy stuff that was going on, was the whole problem with all of it, and that's why it happened. It's the same thing, and that's... people get all upset because, the exchanges won't, work in the U.S. or this, that, the other, but normally it's because U.S. regulations are trying to stop customers from getting scammed, and that's why they shut these places down. And everybody's like, oh, well, the U.S. is doing horrible. Well, I mean, depends on if you like to get scammed or not. Well, there's the clearing out of the shorts that you were looking for, Crown. Paul, for me, I don't like the spread, because you never know what you're getting entered at. So like right now, let's just say, and I mean, obviously we're not going to trade this, but let's just say that you were trading this flip right here. So you say, all right, I want to enter right here on the flip of this candle. Anyway, I want to enter right here at the flip of this candle. So you put an entry at 26.74, right? Well, if a bunch of volume comes in and this pushes down quick when it breaks this low, which happens in most positions that we trade, well, now your entry ends up something more like this. So you actually short here instead, because it slips you in. And that's where the problem comes in. Because the volume comes in here, your entry's here, and it slips through it. And now you've got, you know, slippage and your entry's all the way down, much lower than where you anticipated it to be. And now you're in a position that if it came down real quick and came back up, you're at a huge loss in now, right?
Yeah.
That's why I don't like Forex. Don't see a short now.
There's no slippage on gold, is there? The way that we enter, do we get slippage? I've never noticed it.
I've never noticed any slippage. Man Poor told me at one point in time that there is slippage here and there, now and again, but you're talking a tick or two. And he claims it's happened. I don't know if some of it doesn't have to do more with having a slower machine to where NinjaTrader, because NinjaTrader is not web-based. A lot of people are confused, and that's something else that futures does that people just don't understand. This isn't web-based. So when you make an entry right here, right, let's just say you're going to take the flip of this candle up and you're going to long this. When you put this entry here, it does not send anything anywhere. It's sitting here on NinjaTrader. No one else knows that you've entered here. People don't get that. It's only right here on NinjaTrader. Once that price is hit, then it sends that signal to the internet and enters your position, which is perfect if you're not wanting anybody to see where you're putting your stuff at. However, the issue comes in at the fact that if your NinjaTrader is delayed because you have a slow operating system or computer, then when it hits that price, it may already be past that price. You understand?
Yep.
Now it looks as if you've been slipped, but in reality, you weren't slipped at all. It's just, it took too long for it to come back. I don't know why this thing moved like that. Very odd. I closed that, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't even close it. I just minimized. I think that it went away. Went on my other screen. I think all that screen madness that I had yesterday messed everything up. So that's kind of how it works. I don't know a lot about it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a huge computer guy, but from my understanding, that's why if you close down your NinjaTrader when you're in a position, it will still run. Right?
Yes.
So like, yeah. So like if you have a take profit and you close your computer down, that take profit will never get hit on in the position because it's already open. So the take profit and the stop loss will never get hit because they're not actually on the internet and you close your computer. So now NinjaTrader is no longer sending a signal to the broker. So as soon as you do that, that position will just continue to run. And unless you open it back up and reconnect your NinjaTrader, you know, it'll never send that signal out. So, which some people love. If you talk to the big guys that trade these things, they love that because they claim that nobody can see that on the books then because it's not sent anywhere, which for us doesn't necessarily matter. You get a lot of people that say, I'm going to say ICT, that say that people are hunting their orders. Well, it's not really possible. And that's the next thing you get working with a funding company. Everybody likes to say, well, my stop losses are getting hunted, this, that, the other. Well, most of your funding companies, you're a sim trader. So none of that's in the market. So nobody's hunting your stop losses or anything else. Your orders aren't even on the books. They're all fake. So you can't, you know, and so it really doesn't matter. But either way, poking the bear. I've only had slippage on NQ. See, I've never had slippage on anything, but I limit in too. Right? So what'd you just say, Akalov? That counts for the evals too, right? What do you mean? What counts for the evals? But the order's not appearing anywhere. Yes. Yes. What'd you say? We're trading like everyone else. Clearly. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing, yes. If you trade like everyone else, yes, it definitely shows clearly. Because everybody's entering at the same place. That's the whole thing, and you already know where the interests are going to be. Yep. But yeah, it doesn't appear anywhere, Aquawolf. It doesn't appear anywhere when you're trading on NinjaTrader for the most part anyways, but yeah, the evals aren't going to appear anywhere because it's all sim. Massively. They do that, G-Flock, eh? That's how Apex got burnt. That's why Apex got so upset. Because that's exactly what they did. How they got burnt. How they ended up in such a mess. Yep, Aiken. Exactly. Burned, yes. That's why they changed all the rules. Because there was some traders on there that were up millions of dollars. And they won't come out and say this, but they lost them millions of dollars in, I think it was like 10 to 13 hours. Because they'd found a way to beat the system. I mean, and you can call it whatever you want, but basically what they would do, and this is why I never advocate DCAing, but again, if people do it, they do it, that's fine. I'm not against it at the same time. It is what it is. But what they were doing was they were DCAing and continuing to go into positions with absolutely no stop loss, and liquidation was the stop loss. Well, the thing is, if you can, how people wrap their head around it is if you can continue to enter in a position without a stop loss, then eventually it's going to play out. And that's true most of the time. I'll use Manpoor's words here. It's true until it isn't. And that's absolutely the truth. That's why traders do so well in a ranging market. Why do they do so well in a ranging market? Because overextension's a thing. So as long as we're ranging, you get overextended to the top, you short. If it goes up a little more, you add some more to it. If it goes up a little more, you add some more to it. Same thing for the bottom. Get overextended to the bottom, you long. Goes a little bit below it, you add some more to it. Goes a little bit below it, you add some more to it. Well, they figured out a way, and you know somebody else who did this exact same thing, Paul. I'm not gonna give fame to people who are YouTube gurus that are no more, but you know somebody else who lost several $1 million doing exactly this. But anyways, that's exactly what happened to the people that were trading with Apex, and that's why they took the DCA rules away, because they continued to go into these positions, and they lost like $1.5 million, something like that, in like 10 or 13 hours. Why? Because the market moved. It can move at any time. So isn't Z doing DCA? Yes, Z does DCA, but Z DCAs with hedge. So there's no way to essentially lose if that, I mean, you lose money, but you don't lose positions. So essentially you DCA in as it goes against you. Instead of having a stop loss, you open a hedge position the other way. safeguards you. So you get out in profit regardless. But you're going to be in profit and loss at the same time. But it always profits that way, so you're not taking losses. That makes sense. A lot of people manage their positions that way rather than using stop losses. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can't do that with futures. It's not something that you're allowed to do because you can't hedge a position. Talked with the guy for a few minutes that topic about winning and get free accounts without paying. Can it pass eval? Are you talking about fast track? Because they didn't have any evals. It was a direct to funded G-Flock. Fast track had no evals.
Can I ask you a question about that hedging thing again?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine now we're on a trade, so the price is going down. So what you're doing when the price is going down, you're putting a position for a long above the price. Is that right?
Not always. A lot of times they put, like, say that you were trading this in, well, I'll just put in a new area. If you're talking about like how Z trades, I used to trade similar to this as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's say I'm going to change these to boxes. Box. Okay. And we're going to say that these are levels of price action, right? These are levels that you're trading. Next level, and we'll put a level above just for fun. Level to level trading is very similar to what we did at tactical analysis, but okay. So these I've only made these boxes different sizes so that you can see, you know, what we're doing. So let's say, okay, let's say we'll even say we come in from the bottom. So we come in right here, you long, right, and just say it peaks out a bit. You may even enter another long position. All right, so here you are. You come up here, you get to this area, and now you short. So you have a long here, and you have a short at the same time. So you get to the bottom of here. A lot of times what I used to do is I used to pull 0.5s, and I would actually trade. I would short the tops and TP1 at the 0.5. So you grab a 0.5 like this of each of these levels. Right? So your M's and your W's are normally going to be at your 0.5s, right? I don't want to get too complicated for people, but so essentially long here, right? TP1 here, right? There is no such thing as a stop, okay? So here you come in, you long again here. You may even add some more to it. TP1 here. So now you're still in a long, right? You've only taken half your position off. Again, long here. TP1 again, right? So you're half your position again. So you have half a long when you get here. You hedge that with a short now. TP1 again, short. TP1 short down here. You see what I'm saying? And you can take a 25% after your 50% as you go. And now same thing goes. Now you're long again. TP, you say you make a W here. So you're long and short because you're shorted right here. It breaks out. Retests, well, you're adding more long to this position that you're already short in. You understand what I'm saying? So it protects you both ways, no matter which way you're going. You always show a positive. And from here, let's just say that right here is where you shorted. Well, if you short and long at the same time, you're getting 0 and losing 0, waiting to see where the market goes, because now you've broken out. You understand what I'm saying? And if you get up to this position to where you say, okay, well, I'm ready to drop the short, comes back down, add to your long, and continue on. It's all about managing what you're trading, but as long as you're long and short at the same time, essentially you're losing no more money. That's where you're losing stops. So there's no such thing as a stop loss. You can take a stop loss here, right? And now you've now you've taken a stop for the short, so you're out of the short, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you open a long, the short doesn't lose anymore because your long's making just as much money as your short is losing. So you're at 0. So you can continue to hold that short and the long without losing anything. And that's basically how you hedge a position. Now, some guys will hedge in the fact of being in profit on both, and now you're hedging it to see where the market goes, and you can essentially drop whichever position you want once you see indication of where it's going. So that's kind of how hedging works. You can't do that with futures because they won't let you open a position two different ways. Unless, I mean, okay, I'm gonna give you guys a thought, but don't nobody do this without contacting whatever they broker or funding company or whatever they work with. If you went and you entered a position on GC long, you can always go enter a position short on MGC, right? Again, I don't advocate it in any ways, shape, or form, because you're kind of tricking the system that way, but, right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, spread penalizes that strat, yes. So, yeah, spread would get you there if you're trying to go both ways, Lebonsky. That would be the issue that you'd have with hedging. I used to trade that way a ton. I used to actually sit down and trade. There was a time that I traded SHIB that way. I know that that seems crazy, but at one time, SHIB used to move just like BTC, because I used to go down a 1 minute hedge scalp. So it was kind of laddering into positions on BTC and then taking profit, just like I was showing you there. So it was level to level trading, and I'd hedge both ways and just pull profits out. So essentially all you're doing is pulling profits. So you're long, you're short, you pull the profit off the long, continue on, pull profits off short, continue on, and you continue to re-enter these positions both ways. And I actually started doing SHIB because SHIB was moving just the same as BTC, but it was offering more movement. So you were actually making more money moving with SHIB because of the price movements in comparison to BTC that wasn't moving near as much. So I don't think SHIB moves the same as BTC anymore, but back then it was, and I would trade exactly that. So I'd long the bottoms, short the tops, take 50% at the 0.5s, take 25% at the bottoms and the tops of the opposite position. And then of course you can DCA in as it goes against you. You continue to open positions and then pull your profits out, which is fine in crypto. Futures are a little different though, because when you DCA in, you can't hedge to protect yourself anymore. And that's the big pull of DCAing, is being able to do that. So essentially, if you DCA in with futures and it continues to go against you, you have to have some kind of rule set. And again, there's people who DCA, so don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but you have to have some kind of rule set in place of understanding when you accept your loss. That's the biggest problem that DCA guys have, accepting the loss, because by the time they start, adding positions, then their loss becomes greater and greater and greater, and then they look at it and say, man, I can't just close a position here. Look at all the red I'm in. And that's where the problem comes in at. There was a big Solana drop, and I don't remember if you remember when TJ came back, but when he was gone for that short period, and then we had that big dump, I think I shorted Bitcoin all the way down from like, I think it was 58. I shorted all the way down. Somewhere in that general vicinity. But Solana, that was a big coin that he likes to trade, and it dumped, and he said he would have completely blew all of his accounts and liquidated everything if he would have been there. Why? Because that's what that stuff's based on. You're basing that strategy, and any overextended strategy or level-to-level strategy is based on the fact that you're trying to catch a knife, always. And that's where the problem comes in at. If the knife continues to fall, you get wrecked. And does it happen all the time? No, because the market ranges a big amount of the time. So normally, you're going to be fine longing the bottoms and shorting the tops, because normally this is what the market looks like, you know. Like this, might come up like this, but for the most part, this is what we look like. The problem is, there's times when the market comes in and says, you know what? I'm going to kill all you guys. And it does this number right here. It will wreck everyone. And that's the point. So, and that's where them strategies don't work. And that's where the problem comes in at. So, 75% of the time, all right, could be G-Flock. And that's the whole thing. So, level-to-level trading, supply-demand. I got a jet for a break. All right. All right, Aiken. Appreciate you showing up, man. I will see you on Monday. Yeah, I'll be gone for the weekend. Have a great weekend, man. Dalton said that. Yeah. G-Flock, I was going to say 80, but yeah, you're probably right. If Dalton said 75, then I agree with that. And that's the whole thing. If it ranges for 75% of the time, guys, that's why so many people trade support resistance, supply demand, order blocks, you know, overextensions, bib retracements. Yeah, Aiken. Have a great weekend, man. Appreciate you. And it works until it doesn't. And that's where the problem is. And you see guys, and I see them come on the stream all the time, you know, they come in. Club Cho was one of those, right? He used to come in and it would start dropping. And he'd say, well, I've got a long at, and here's this level that he expects it's just going to stop at. I'm like, why do you think it's going to stop there? Well, because there's a level there. That doesn't make any sense to me, but that's how people trade, and TJ traded exactly the same. So he would have continued to enter the whole time Solana was dumping. He would have continued to enter long and got a stop hit, enter long, got a stop hit, enter long, got a stop hit. That's the issue with trading that way. Again, if that's the way you guys trade, by all means, if you're profitable, I'm not telling you to change it. Don't think that I am. Trade whatever works for you. For me, I don't trade that way. I won't trade that way. I don't believe that the market has to stop anywhere. That's why we watch the candles build. That's why we don't say, okay, well, weekly opens where, you know, where the level is. So therefore, once we get to weekly open, and a lot of people trade it this way, we're going to long because, you know, it has to go up. There's no way beyond it. It's got to bounce there because everybody's going to go long there. Are people going to go long there? More than likely. Are people going to be closing their shorts there? You know, I get that a lot of time too. How do you know it's longs? How do you know it's, you know, taking profit? It's no different, guys. It's still the same thing in all reality, but either way, you're going to see both happen at any given point. If you're saying that, you know, this is your level right here, let's just say, anyway, let's just say that this is the level, right? We're going to say that this is the level that we're trading right now. Well, you're going to see the same thing, right? Whether this is shorts taking profit or longs entering, everybody always wants to have these arguments. Nobody understands it's both. They can't take profit without longs entering. Longs can't get in without shorts taking profit. It's both on top of all of it. But here's where your longs are going to come in at. Obviously, anybody that's short's going to be taking profit as well, but your longs have to come into this position here. Here's where your shorts are going to come in at. Obviously, the longs from here are going to take profit here. Right? But the shorts are still going to come in, guys. It's just how it works. This is supply, demand, support, resistance, bearish order blocks, bullish order blocks, call it whatever you want, right? And then you can say, okay, so what about the moves that push past this? Well, everybody should already know that too. If we pop up here, what is that? That's breakout traders going long. And then when we come back down and longs come back in again, why do the longs come back in? Because now this is supply, flip demand, a breaker block. You know, you can call it anything that you want. It's all the same stuff. So it's super simple. This market's way too easy, guys. You just think about it. Just think about where people trade at. It's actually very, very, very simple. And that's what I try to show all the time, is how simple it actually is to, you know, look at this stuff. It doesn't really matter where people are exactly entering, right? It's the reactions that you get to know that people have entered. When we see these come in, you realize where they've entered, right? We got, where did pain, the low or the range is actually fair value gap. Okay, yeah, you can say whatever it was, yeah. You, Paul, have a great weekend. Oh, yeah, I think he was talking to Ace, but I don't know. He said Ace, but I think he was actually, I think he was actually talking to Aiken.
I actually have another query about that hedging thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know the way that you drew those 3 floors, and once you entered in your first long, you then entered a short to come back, and then you entered another long to keep riding up. So what I can't understand is, surely once you enter into that range, and after your after your second long is taken, wouldn't the logical conclusion be to put a hard stop loss below that, and then run all of the other hedging then from that stop loss up? Would that not protect your actual tag?
Yes, you can, if that's how you prefer to do it. The problem is, most guys, you know, like we were talking about with Z, he doesn't really plan stop losses. So I was trying to show it more in the sense of how he trades it. He doesn't use stop losses. He's hedging the position, so it's never a loss. You never actually accumulate a loss per se, because you're covered on the other side. That's the only reason I was showing it that way. But yes, what you're saying would work. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what confuses me about that. Because I mean, how do you get out of the trade? When do you know? Is there that's my problem is because obviously I'm trying to learn how to do what we were just talking about, but I would still operate with a hard stop loss outside the range that I'm looking to trade while doing all of the other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the reason for not getting out is because you're not losing anything. The problem is you don't gain anything. So right now, if we entered a short on gold right now, and we enter a long on gold right now, no matter where it goes, we've lost nothing. Because our losing trade, if it goes all the way up, our short is going to be down just as much as our long's going to be up. That's what they use in their advantage. So, and you can call it an advantage or not. It looks good on paper more than anything, right? So, but it's an advantage if you're trying to fill out where the market's going. Like, you break a range and you're not 100% sure if it's going to go up or down, but you want to be part of the position, right? Yeah. In a money aspect, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't prefer to trade that way for the most part. You know, I used to trade levels, but my reasoning for levels were something very different. It had nothing to do with being right or anything else. It had to do with, when I traded it this way, taking profits even though nothing's happening, right? So you enter long here, you take profit at the 0.5, you enter short here, you take profit at the 0.5, you enter long here again, and you take 25% profit on your short. So now, as you came up here, there was a 50% take profit on your long, right? There's another 25% profit take on your long here. Your short's entered. You got a 50% take profit on your short here. You've got a 25% short take profit on your short here, and your long's re-entered. And here we are back again. So essentially, you have both sides of this. You're long and short, and you're just taking profit along the way. That's it. So when the market's not doing anything, all you're doing is pulling money out. That's it. And then once it does move, this breaks out, you still have 25% long, right? Your short is going into drawdown. You short again here. You take 50% of your short out. Now you're in positive. And now your long you add back to that you had here. Now your long's added back to. So now instead of having 25%, you have another 100% position. 0.5, you're back in profit. See what I'm saying? So that's how it works. It's just trade management at the end of the day. And you're just pulling money out the whole time. Now, it won't work, and this is why I used to do SHIB, and then I'd pay attention to Bitcoin, because SHIB would always move after. So if you got a big pump on Bitcoin to where it's not ranging anymore, I would cancel. I would take my profit and close my positions and wait for Bitcoin to range again, and then I'd start exactly like that the whole time that Bitcoin's ranging. Essentially, just taking profit. You're just taking little pieces of profit and you continue on. And I used to do that for 6 to 8 hours a day. You just sit there and trade it, right? All right. Oh, did you trade pivot levels? No, I did not trade pivot levels, Ace, but I did trade levels that I like, anchor and stuff like that. I had levels that I had drawn up from previous times, but yeah, pivot levels work just the same. Yes, absolutely, Ace. I did trade ADRs, so I guess that could kind of be considered that, but sorry, I didn't see your question before then. But yes, have a great weekend, Ace. I appreciate you showing up. Can you take a look at NQ for any possible moves for later? Oh, geez. Yeah. I'm not a fan. Gap just filled. NQ. You've got no bottom wick here. Consolidation. Current consolidation is already there. You've got your gap just filled, so you'll probably see a bit of a reaction. I mean, it's already actually gave a reaction, but you expect to see a bottom wick on this candle crown. Obviously, you've got a clean area here to go up currently. Essentially, this is your area that we're trading in, and I mean, you can go as far as this, but that was really just kind of a sweep through. This is the area that you're trading in currently on NQ. If you bust out of this box and start, you know, testing these levels down here, you can expect that you're going to get down into this area first and then down into here next, because your next consolidation area is here, right? So that's your area to recover, with this being, and again, as you look at this, Paul probably sees exactly what you're looking at. That's probably about the 0.5, which is where your structure was. That's probably about the 0.5 of this entire move. So when you bang down, you're going to see that bounce a bit. Right. Hopefully that makes sense, Crown. G-Flock, I guess you're looking for consolidation areas on gold. Give me 1 second. Obviously, it's easy to see consolidation areas. It's right here currently. You just consolidation right here. I mean, you can call it from here if you want. You can put it as tight as you want right here and right here currently. Obviously, you can see your, I don't know, Lebonsky, I wasn't looking at it, but you can see your levels here. Essentially, that was your price between your levels. So what do you expect to do? You expect to either accept back into this area or reject. So look at this as like a no trading area in between here if you want. I mean, you can look at it however you want, but there's not a big area here. This is where all your wicks are coming in at. Trade up here, trade down here if you want. Makes sense, hopefully. Yeah. Absolutely, Crown. Absolutely. Okay, G-Flock, okay. All right. Volume for today, I stop. Yeah. Yeah, there's not going to be much more volume for today. I wouldn't imagine, Lebonsky, I would not trade anymore past 11, but that is me. 2 to 4 at NQ. Try to trade that. I mean, you can try to trade NQ throughout the day, but I still don't like it really. Power hour comes in at 3, right?
Trading gold after 11 is a waste of time. I was stuck in a trade for I don't know how long yesterday. I opened it just shortly after the stream finished. And about 5-6 hours later, it was still wide open. So I closed it out. And of course, then didn't it just run my direction, but that's life. So yeah, unless you're very lucky or there's something happening, by and large, after 11, it's not a lot happening.
Oh, it's tough after 11. That's why I don't like to trade after.
Has anybody any problem with their NinjaTrader? I am just after trying to get back on again and it's not showing me my account. Anybody else have an issue?
Mine are good here, so I don't know.
Okay. Problem my end then.
The wife's been trading it, so that's how I know that hers is working fine. And obviously, I could see mine, but don't mean it's working, obviously, but it seems to be, right? Moving, doing what it's supposed to, so. But she's been trading on hers, so. Not sure if it's to put in a bottom wick to keep ripping higher. I thought it already had a bottom wick. Yeah, it's already got a bottom wick. It filled the gap. Normally what will happen is it'll come down and it'll fill the gap, and this was a perfect area to go long. Crown, no bottom wick, wick in, flip, continue the top side. So I mean that was a perfect place to long NQ. The gap fill would be your level, right? And your level acted perfectly with the candle close and open. No, this candle right here. Your entry would have been the flip. The current candle. Put a long right there. Stop below the wick. Long, you know. Expecting to, well, it's kind of hard what to expect. Maybe the 0.5 of the candle for TP1, and then on up to the level, drag your stop, up to the wick, drag your stop, hoping to put a steeper wick on this candle right here, and then obviously your highs are you going to get there? You know, I don't know how much NQ will move at this point, but that would have been your setup right here. Because there was no bottom wick on this candle, so you got a bottom wick, and then your flip would have been your trade up, right? Anybody have any other questions?
I'll be back to you about the hedging thing probably over the weekend or maybe on Monday. I've got a lot of research to do. I've got this program called Take Street, so I'm going to practice now. So I do like the idea of being able to ride both sides of the trade.
Yes. And it works very good for crypto. Crypto, it's a very good way to trade it. Have a great weekend, Crown. Absolutely. Crypto's, it's a good way. It's a good way to do crypto. I appreciate you, Crown, for showing up. Because you can keep track of your moves that way and you don't necessarily have to take losses. I mean, the same thing goes, let's just say, as we're talking about structures. Right, and let's just say that you're at a big structure. Well, on BTC, okay. Well, I guess I don't know what the price is. Let's just say that we're reaching all-time highs again on BTC. I haven't even looked at BTC, so I can't vouch for that. But let's just say that you're long and you're into all-time highs again. The difference between getting out of position and hedging is exactly that. Okay, you're at all-time highs. You have a thought that we came up here, we start doing this number here, you're like, are we going to stay up here? Are we going to break down? What's going to happen? Well, instead of dropping your long, you just open a short. right? And it comes down, and let's just say it does break out and it goes up instead. Well, now you just go ahead and drop the short. Once it breaks out, it'll break out, it'll come back down, retest. Now you get rid of the short, and now you're still in your long position, and you never had to close your long. And you didn't lose anything, and you weren't actually risking anything per se, because if it would have fell apart, well, your short would have been in profit the whole time. So you wouldn't have lost anything because you were hedged both ways. You don't make anything that way, but you don't lose anything. And let's just say that it does come back down. Say we've got the same thing. You're long, you've long this the whole way up, right? Does this number, you go short, it breaks down, comes back up, you can always drop your long right there. And now you're in the short from here, right? Because you shorted in this area somewhere. And now you've dropped your long right here because it broke. Retest, you get rid of the long, you're still in the short from up here, and now you can continue to get paid from the short, and you've closed your long that you were already in profit in, that you know, somewhere down here. That's the only reason behind it. You're just using the other side of it as a safety net, if you will. And that's something that you're basically allowed to do in crypto. I mean, you could do it in Forex just the same, but
yes,
Forex is tough because of the spreads. Like Blusky was talking about, it can get wrong. That's basically
that was fast.
The way to wrap your head around it, right? But does that make a little more sense, hopefully?
Oh, that has made things a lot clearer in my head now, because I was having problems trying to figure out which way do you decide to go whenever it's doing that. So I was kind of confusing myself to go like, you know, whenever you're coming down, how do you know to keep on adding? So, but what you just explained to me there helped a lot. I'm obviously going to have to watch this again on the repeat, but yeah, it's a hell of a lot more clearer now than it was 10 minutes ago. Thank you very much.
Beautiful, beautiful. That's what I like to hear. That works. And you already know if you've got any questions, you already know as you start messing with it or whatever, just let me know. I'll explain whatever I can with when you start getting into it and trying to take advantage of it, obviously.
I'm just going with the sniper entry for the moment, but like I said, I've been trying to get my head worked around how all this multiple entries in both directions. So it's slowly making sense. And I can definitely see the advantage of it as well.
Yep. And you could always put smaller positions too if you want. So like instead of you say, okay, well, my position size is X, and that's one position. And if you're not 100% sure that your positions are going to be great, then what you do is instead of doing X, that's one position, you now take that, cut it into 4, so now you got 4 positions that you enter. You understand what I'm saying? So if it hits one price level, you enter 1. If it goes further down, say in your long, now you enter your second one and your third one. You can break them into smaller positions, so you're just making more entries. But at the end of the day, you're going to have still the full position entered, but at a better price, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to do it, just however you want. I mean,
yeah, but I do like that idea of being able to cover it until such times as it breaks in the direction that you need it to. I like that idea. Weekly Open could still be in play here yet. It'd be a bit of a miracle, but
it could be, but it's so freaking slow.
I know. I appreciate that. Because we're back outside the range now, so depending how this next 38-minute candle closes, it's closing. Look, it looks like a doji, and we've about a minute left. on the 30-minute chart.
No, but if you notice the boxes, when I put the boxes in here for GFlock, the consolidation, if you go back to that, you'll see this is why the red box that was in the middle, I said all that was wicks. And see, at the time it didn't look like it because this candle was all the way up into that red box. Now you can see it's a wick just like all the rest, and normally that's what you're going to see. Now, can it break into this level? Yeah, but you still don't want to trade in between those because it's wicks. So in between these levels right here, this is like a no trade zone. Why? Because you're just wicking, you're rejecting. You're always rejecting in here. We had one candle that filled that whole area there, and all the rest of it's wicks. Well, that's always what you're going to see. And if you go on the 1 hour, you'll see that that makes, see the sense that makes now? That's because this just went down and hit the bottom of the range and then it just went below. So, but this one candle just isn't where you want to be trading at, because that's in between the levels. So if you're thinking of this as like an apartment complex or an office building, like we say, then this is your top level. All right, we'll go back gray with this so it makes sense. This is your top level. This is your bottom level. And that's why our lines are here. So that's your bottom level. So as we come up into this area, what I would call an area you don't want to trade, you want to stay out of that. Why? Because that's where we keep rejecting. We keep on going up into this area and rejecting. So until we break back into this top level, I don't want to be in this level here. Now, if price continues on and we started seeing range in this level, it breaks up into here and it actually does make a close here, holds this level, rejects here. Now we've put on another level that's added to it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
I'm actually using... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm using that apartment, that floor apartment thing, the swing trade SUI, just exactly what you were showing there. So what I'm doing is I'm just adding on floors each time and then waiting for the retracement back down again to the mean on the 50. And so far it's been going relatively well. I started out with 30 or 34 SUI, and I've managed to swing trade it up now to about 150 in the last couple of weeks just by using that method.
Beautiful, beautiful. That is great. And that's what I was going to say, is it actually works for anything. It doesn't have to be, futures. That's what I was about to say, but there wasn't no point because you're using it.
Excellent.
Actually makes sense. Good, Chief Locke. I love to hear that. That's what I like to hear from you. Because a lot of times you struggle with the stuff making sense. So that will work, guys. Hopefully everybody got it. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you can take these things and use them over the weekend. Because you can't explain shit. Yes, I can. It's not my fault. No, it's not, Chief Locke. Ask Paul everything that he's learned here. Ask these guys everything they've learned here. I do explain it, and a lot of people have passed evals and got funded and got payouts all because of what we talk about here. So do not give me that. But anyway, I am. Paul's just better at explaining.
You don't understand.
Yeah. Great.
You don't understand G-Flop. All to do with reality's explanation, mate. The fact that you're not understanding what he's saying. So, I'm 4 times your age and I can understand him.
Exactly. All right, guys. I am Walsh. He's one of the people that teach. Normally he works with King, but
all right.
Yeah.
Different server.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks for all. Have a great weekend, Lebonsky. Yeah, absolutely. Have a great weekend. I appreciate you showing up, man. Everybody else as well. I'm going to jump out of here. Paul, G Flocke, Ace. Have a great weekend, guys. Brown, have a great weekend. I will see you all bright and early Monday. PD, He's here. I said good morning to you earlier. I wasn't sure you were actually still here. Have a great weekend, PD. Appreciate you being here. I will see you all. Aqua Wolf, if you're still here. I don't think he is. I think he left. That Echo, I know you're out there somewhere. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you showing up. I will see you guys all bright and early Monday. Have a great weekend. YouTube, Kick, Twitch. Yes, absolutely. I will be active in the server. Anybody wants to talk? Rumble. Everyone have a great weekend, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I will see you bright and early Monday morning, guys, to start all over again. There's that Echo. Have a good one. Yeah, happy Friday the 13th. Yeah, that's what I said over in King Server earlier. All right, guys. Have a great weekend. And as always, stay consistent out there.